juice. Okay. I think we're Gucci. I think we're Gucci. Bum, 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 bum. Are we Gucci? Are we Gucci? Bum, 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 bum. Let's get caught up on the rest of this data. So let me look at this. Boom, 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 boom. 9192 9198 interesting. Zeldris, hello, my boy. What's popping? Nothing. I just sat down, showered after the gym, ate, feeling good, feeling blessed. Getting caught up on the data, checking out the math. What's good with you? Very interesting that we're spending time up here. Very interesting. Keep watching that. God bless you, all good. That is amazing. That is amazing. God bless us both. Got any trades today? Yeah, I mean, I had a couple from earlier. I mean, I was watching this. I talked about this yesterday, but we were looking for this little thing. Got it right at our level, so I got in a short here. But I haven't closed out since. I TP'd on this single print, which we grabbed pixel perfectly. Might I add? Math? More math? Yeah, I TP'd here, and then like it came back and got stopped out on the rest, so whatever. And I got back in a long here, which I might get stopped out on. I've shaved a little bit up here, but not a lot. And my stop loss is here right now, so see what happens with that. And if that does get stopped though, I'm probably just gonna wait at that point because we're getting a little too small of a range, right? A little too random for my liking. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see. But yeah, so far, so good. Possible 90, 88k, and then a possible 100 to 102. 90 to 88. Maybe. I'd be a little suspicious if this like really starts to roll over. 90 to 88. 90 to 88. Cause like right now we're trying to like get into this, reclaim this value area, right? This like node, this big ass node. So if we come up here and do like one of these on the 4 hour, and then roll over and start to go lower, we're probably coming back down a ways down, which would be 88, 90 or so, right? You just have to bounce around here. But although at that point, I don't know if we'd be going right back to 100, right? There's still a world where we go way lower. Like I don't like this is not guaranteed to be the low, right? Like imagine S&P just does another massive leg down, like just rolls over next week and comes all the way down to like here. And there's like a realistic world where we take out these lows. Max Pain, right? Max Pain. Definitely possible, right? Definitely possible. That is definitely possible. I think if you're really bullish though, you kind of want to hold here. You want to hold this and start moving up. Or at least like tap like this zone and then like come redo this kind of thing. Or even like down here. Something like that. Hard to say though, hard to say, right? Like we can sit here like there's, I mean, we could sit here talking about like different possibilities like all day for the rest of our lives, right? They can go up and then down. It can go up and then down, up. It can go up and just not come back down. Right? I can sit here and give you like a million different permutations of potential price action. The best thing to do is just take it level to level. Yeah, look at the data. No point worrying about levels up here and down here when we're still like in this little range. Speaking of the data, let's kind of get a looky at what's going on. Get a little look. Funding was negative, just flip back positive. Interesting. Spot is still selling off. Interesting. I have an issue that I find myself falling to a lot. What is that? And one thing I will say about what you suggested as well is that there are like there's like high leverage liquidations down here. Like a lot of high leverage people that got away with it in this area. So perfectly reasonable to come back and like tap this and then go at this naked point of control. A lot of single prints. Definitely possible. Definitely one of many possibilities. We just have the gap to fill, right? So definitely looming on my mind, this little gap right here. Problem is I find myself knife catching a lot. I suppose it depends on like, I guess like first of all, like what time frame are you talking about? And secondly, you know, what data are you using, right? Are you just trying to enter trades on a chart? Or are you actually using data when entering? So, you know, we don't trade levels, right? We trade data. I don't long this level. I long data at this level. Because I can like imagine, okay, like there's two scenarios, right? Imagine we start to come down here, right? And like I have this level of interest in mind. Okay, there's a world where we come down here and there's like longs that are trapped, right? Longs that have been opening on the move down, all underwater trapped. And longs that got trapped up here also, right? So they're joining a sinking ship. You can see that the CBD is like nosediving on derivatives and spot. There's no divergences forming, blah, blah, blah. S&P is rolling over. I'm not going to fucking long here. Whereas there could be a situation where we're getting down here, all of the longs that were trapped have now closed. Shorts are opening at the bottom of the move. There's hidden bull divs, CBD divs, etc. Delta spiking up. The buy walls in the order book. Then I'm going to probably long here, right? But at the same level, two completely different situations. So yeah, you know, data matters, context matters. We'll see high time frame. I mean, yeah, I would say that. I mean, first and foremost, I'm gonna assume there's some kind of, you know, data issue going on there, right? You're not using enough data. Perhaps the levels of interest are not the best areas of interest that you're identifying. It's hard to say, right? I don't know context on how you're coming along with those levels or coming up with them, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. That's why I find it comical when people are just sitting here trading like a naked chart. And they're like, oh, there's like a breaker block here. Let me retest the inverted fair value gap. Like, what? There's no data at all? Hold on, I gotta be back. Someone's at my door. Alright, let's say the recent fall to 74. What about it? Also, are you like a leverage trading? Are you talking about leverage trading, like spot buys? Like what exactly are you referring to here? Because they're a bit of a different beast. You said you got it at 60.76. I don't, this, you consider this a falling knife, 2%? Falling knife would be like this initial dip, and then you buy it, and then it just rolls over. I wouldn't classify that as a falling knife, personally. Because you basically bought the low. What do you mean? Like you damn near got the fucking bottom. If it's a sizing, possibly. And a lot of people, a common symptom of many people trading, like they oversize and get like a little, emotional. Seeing their P&L start to swing against them. The waiting gets me sometimes. I mean, that's part of the game though. Like if it's by nature, you're saying that you want a swing trade, and well, a swing trade is not a finish in 1 hour. Usually you're swinging it for like multiple days, if not more. It's part of the game, right? But sizing, yeah, I mean, it depends. Like most people are risking 1 to 2% of their account per trade, something in that range. Maybe a little bit higher if it's like an extremely high conviction trade. The mindset isn't there. I mean, it seems like you're on the right track, especially if you're getting like pretty good entries, right? Yeah, I thought you were gonna say that you bought like, I don't know, like up here or something, and then like it rolled over and you were like, fuck, fuck, and then got shaken out at this potential liquidation. Does not seem to be the case though. I was always looking on the higher time frame anyways at the time. That's the other thing, like we had like pretty massive like on the daily we had like pretty big divergences, right? It's quite likely we're gonna see some kind of bounce here, even if it just like ended up rolling over deeper. I'm good at finding areas of interest. I'm just a little impatient. I'm trying to get the hang of swing trading because I have other things to do. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's definitely part of the fact that you're able to are self-aware enough to recognize that is like a good sign, right? A lot of people can't do that. right? They just fucking say like fucking market makers, blah blah blah, like Trump tweets, you know what I mean? Just blaming everything else but themselves. So you're already one step ahead of like 90+% of the competition. And that's just a matter of, you know, kind of deciding how you want to resolve that issue. I'm trying to think like what would be the best. Like, I mean, other than just being mindful of the fact that you're being impatient, like how else would you really improve on that? Hmm. I guess it also depends how long you've been trading, right? Or like how much experience you have. Like I guess time is not as important as like how much, hmm, how long as opposed to how much time you've spent with experiencing stuff yourself. Because if you have a pretty big sample size, it's a lot easier to be patient, right? Like you've seen this like move against you at first, then it ends up going the way you had planned, blah blah blah. So sample size does matter in terms of being comfortable. We passed that victim approach. Yeah, I mean that's like the definitely one of the more important. Like people that have that are not going to make it, in my opinion. I have yet to see it. I mean, I don't know many traders, but from what I see like online and whatnot, people like that, you're just not going to make it, right? 4 to 5 years in and out, quick for the most part. But the other thing, you know, my first question about your trade would be this, right? Because another issue that I'm thinking about now is, like, what was your plan, right? Like, why did, like, for instance, you entered the trade at, where was it? 76. So you entered, like, here, like, where was your stop loss, right? Like, what, etc. Like, what was your stop? What were you targeting? Because that's probably the biggest thing I find with people is like they don't have a plan, right? Or they don't stick to their plan. And then like all the issues kind of start to arise from there, right? That's like usually the root cause. You're not properly planned enough. Because if you got in here, like what, for a swing trade, your stop would have been like what, down here somewhere. I was gonna say, I was gonna say it seems a little sus, right? Like your stop would have been. I would have hidden it behind this personally if I was doing that. But I would say that like that should be one thing you should have in mind, right? Because in that way you don't get shaken out, right? You don't start to get emotions take over. Like let's say you're planning to spot buy and you had something like this set up, and you're just, like scaling in as it went deeper, and your stop was, I don't know, there. And you know, worst case scenario, this is what you were gonna lose if it went against you, as opposed to like letting it roll over with no stop loss in mind and being like, oh fuck, I lost money, and then just get out anyways. I'm gonna adapt with how the price is gonna act around that. Yeah, but like that's backwards, right? You're doing it back, like you want price to react and then you do something. You don't get in hoping it just reacts. Like at that point, you're just gambling, right? Not trading. On the second fall, Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would have, like, I mean, look at it, right? Like, this was, like, you had these divergences here, and then you also had, like, here, this and this. So there was, like, multiple divs, like, starting to stack up on this, like, little area. And this is also, like, basically, like, this level, right? Where is it? Damn near to the pixel. Pink, pink, later, later, later. Yeah, I would say definitely have a plan. Have a plan in mind, right? Have a plan and stick to the plan. I think that's the best way to approach things. For the most part, like me personally, like when I'm gonna trade, I'm a little fluid with it in the sense that like depending on how the data is looking, like I might shave more or less, or just get out completely, etc. Like depending on what's going on. But in general, like I always have a plan in mind, right? Like when I enter, like I always set my stop loss immediately within like a 1 second of entering the trade. I set my TPs immediately, and then I'll go from there. Kind of at that point, adjust on the fly. Mm, 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 mm. Fuck, fuck. But yeah, I mean, and the other thing was like this zone was very like I talked about this when this was happening. If you want to go back and watch more in depth, but like this zone was there was one of two options here, right? Because everyone was talking about this zone. Like when I go on Twitter and I see everyone talking about like 74, 73, and I see it trending in sentiment data, blah blah blah. One or two things are gonna fucking happen. Like either it's getting front run and we're not hitting it, or it's getting fucking blown through, right? There's no chance it's gonna like, bounce right there perfectly as people expect. So personally, if I was in your situation, I would have if it had blown through here, then I would have gotten out. But that's like hindsight, right? Like if you didn't know that stuff, it's like hard to iterate on that. What's going on with these alts? Sea of red. What a chart. Looks like we're making a little flag, right? Potentially coiling up for our next move up. We'll leave this on this for now. Hmm. What is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Interesting. Hope this doesn't get my long stop loss. 'Cause I don't know how I'm gonna get back in. How am I gonna get back in? Hmm. Might get in a short here, honestly, if we lose this and start to go. Might get in a short, no la. What's the math looking like? Hmm. Interesting. Or even one of these. Okay, we'll be mindful of that. What's the rest of this looking like? God damn. God damn. I need to open this on my laptop because it's not fucking working over here. What the? My Coinbase data feed is broken. What is going on? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? Hmm. We'll keep that open for now. What is going on in India? What is going on over there? Papi chulo, what up? You end up taking any trades from yesterday night? What did we talk about yesterday? You were here at the end, right? When I went to bed. Oh yeah, because we were talking about this pullback, right? I took this short, right? Doing one of these at my level. So you know when I see that, I'm almost always in that thing. Because we had divs as well, right? Like bear divs, etc. TP'd here to single print, and then it reversed and got my stop loss. So got my juice and got out. Would have been nice to juice the whole move down, but that's okay. That's okay. And then I got a long. I got, as this candle was printing on the lower time frames, I got into a long. Might be round tripping it. My stop loss is right here. Like I don't know. I got in like around here somewhere. So this is my break even's like right here. My stops are right here. So yeah, might be round tripping that bitch potentially. Well, I wanted to shave up here. Like I didn't want to shave too early because in case we came up and like started to pump through the zone. So maybe a little bit of a misplay on that one. Yeah, something like that. The thing is, I don't know what I'm gonna do if I get stopped out. I don't know how I'm gonna get back into a long. How's all this looking? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. Hard to say. Because we're getting like into a little bit of a mashup, right? Starting to like, kind of just sit. Pretty small range. Getting entries kind of starts to get a little harder, right? Have to like really nerd out on the lower time frames. But yeah, let me get caught up on some of this data. I'm trying to set up my exo charts over here because it keeps dying on my computer. I don't know what is up with this site lately, but not working properly. It's pissing me off. Pissing me off. Interestingly enough, we have like bull divs on coin margin contracts. Interestingly enough. Interesting. These are all going to. Okay, okay. Maybe we come attack these gaps over here. Interesting. Hmm. We are gonna have like a bunch of divs here as well, right? But how's all the options data looking? Because this coin margin contract stuff is, you know, when you see those contracts diverging, you know there's some suspicious activity going on. Tomorrow's the 23rd, 24. 55:05. Interesting. Huge gamma spike right here. The day after it's 54. Interesting. That's pretty small. We'll keep that in mind. What about this one? Same story. Okay, interesting. Papi Chulo and 90. What contract is that? Coin margin? The coin margin contracts? This just means that like you, instead of typically when you enter a trade, what's your margin, right? It's like a stable coin, like USDC or USDT, whatever, right? It's US dollar. But when you do like coin margin contracts, the margin is like the actual asset itself, right? Like let's say I'm opening a long using coin margin on Bitcoin, then like I'm giving them a Bitcoin as my margin or whatever like fraction of Bitcoin I'm using, right? It doesn't matter. You can use any amount of Bitcoin. But a lot of times you'll see some interesting activity with those because like when that contract's diverging and we start to pump, they take the gains from those longs and then dump it on the spot market after. A lot of very interesting things you can do with coin margin contracts, right? Because you get paid out in Bitcoin as well. So like it's not like in a typical longing and shorting, right? The typical contracts that use the USDC, USDT. Like if you make $100, that's it. You have $100. It doesn't change. But when you use coin margin contract, like let's say I close my long here and they give me like 10 Bitcoin. I don't have to sell that Bitcoin here, right? I can sell it like later. I can hold it and sell it for higher. So it gives you like that, like not only are you making the gains from the trade, but then you can potentially be making gains from the movement of the price after the trade. So yeah, very interesting mechanic going on with that thing. Definitely worth looking into if you're not aware, right? Boom, 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 boom. And in terms of this stuff, you need to get some water real quick. Some cold water. Just got a 30-minute candle close. How's this bit looking? Okay, okay. Looks like we're gonna hold this for now. See if we can flip this level, leave it on here like that. Fuck. Okay. Oats and whatnot. Okay. Okay. Oh man, I have so many goddamn emails. I have to like talk to like 20 different contractors, blah blah blah. Like, god damn, can I get a break? I got a motherfucking break. Reply. So, understanding. There's a lot of gaps below on RTH. God damn. God damn. Interesting. Be mindful of that. Keep this on the 30. Hmm. Let's get back to this shit. Back to this shit. We never look at this chart, or do we delete everything? This is an interesting chart, right? This is an interesting chart, potentially. I mean, we'd have to look into like the fundamentals of this stuff, but I mean, even just to come back to here, it's 200% fucking move. Interesting. Interesting chart to come across. Thing is, like, this level, I don't know if I trust it before flipping this level, but if I wait for this level to flip, I'd miss out on a lot of gains. Like, something to that effect, but like, who knows if it's even work? We have to research why Celestia is in the dumpster, right? Because this chart's looking, how high is it up to lows though? Like, interesting. I think they have quite a ridiculous token unlock as well, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I could look this up before. Celestia. Hmm. Interesting. What's the rest of the data looking like on this thing? What's the website called? I'm gonna open like a like a lower leverage thing on this right now. God damn. Let's go check out the rest of the data first though, so I get ahead of ourselves. Do just have open interest? Open. I'll put this on the 4-hour. Looks like it's like potentially gonna pull back, but like I don't know if we even get that though. That's the thing. That's the thing. Cause like obviously like there are starting to be some pretty big dips, and on the lower time frame too, like over a year. And these wicks are making me a little suspicious. Pretty perfectly reasonable to pull back here though. How's all this looking? Yeah, cause you're seeing like hidden bull divs across like all the interesting. What's the funding on this? Look. Really? Interesting. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. I have to be mindful of this short, yeah. Potentially getting to shorting. Let's go back to nerding outs. Oh yeah, the other question about Celestia is one eight zero. Max position size is not that big. What a run on Sui. God damn. God damn. Interesting. Some shorts definitely brewing, that's for sure, right? Some of these charts definitely have some shorts brewing. All at some pretty major or damn near close major sweep levels. Damn. Damn. Definitely missed this opportunity, that's for damn sure. This would have been like a pixel perfect juicer probably. Interesting. Interesting one that is. Interesting. Interesting. Damn, damn. So many of these are literally bouncing big so fucking perfect off his monthly levels. It's fucking hilarious to me. I don't trade these enough because they're all capped in fucking size. So it's like annoying. Annoying is what it is. Hmm. Anyways. And obviously doing one of these, yeah? Just kind of wedging up here. Boom, boom. Just wedging up. These are still rolling over too. Interesting. Let's set some alarms, yeah, while we look at other stuff so we don't get too lost. What were we looking at? What were we looking at? What is this? Interesting setup potentially brewing here. Interesting. Especially if we start to go without even grabbing this stuff. Anyways. Definitely some interesting levels, some interesting things going on some of these charts. Nine, two, eight. Fuck. Bum, 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 bum. God damn. Goddamn. Shit is dead again. I don't know what is up with this website. Pissing me off. Pissing me the fuck off. Goddamn. Get my blood boiling. I'm trying to see what's going on in the fucking game. Okay. What you think about Sei Long at 1850? Sei? Sei? Oops. I imagine this is the full chart. (2018) Probably the full chart, yeah? Looking like it? Looking like it? From what? 1850? I mean, yeah, if you get it, I suppose so. Looks like a pretty clear, like, you know. Definitely a little sus. Definitely a little suspicious there. What does this look like? Yeah, I don't know if I trust this. Like, even just looking at it like before any of this shit, I was already a little suspicious, right? A little suspicious. Well, I mean, ideally, like, yeah, right? Like, somewhere, like... The thing is, if this doesn't hold, then, like, this is looking kind of cooked down here. I'm not expect this to hold. So I think it's either, like, that like, aggressive 382 there, like, we're trying to flip this level, because you'd have, like... I mean, you already have, like, some divergences, right? Even on, like, the 4 hour, the Stoic was starting to, or what was it? Yeah, like the flip. Hmm. I mean, at the end of the day, it's always like based on what's happening over here, right? So this is gonna have a huge, probably a pretty big influence on what happens there. Hmm. Yeah, I mean 1850. Yeah, I mean not a bad idea, right? From a this naked chart and whatnot. Doesn't look like the worst idea. No idea how the rest of the data is looking on this thing, but don't. Okay, okay. Tomorrow's what, Thursday? And we have, I think there's unemployment in the morning tomorrow, correct? Unemployment claims, correct? Yeah, there is. Interesting. Along with some other interesting data. Tomorrow could be an interesting day on Biddy. Explode to the upside or the downside. Or both. Sweep both directions or do nothing, right? Could just sit fucking flat. Hopefully not though. Hopefully this resolves relatively soon. I want to sit in a range here for the rest of the week. Damn. Damn. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, this is expected, I suppose, right? Given what we are doing. Given what we are doing. Fuck. Okay. What do we have to do? What do we have to do? That's the question. Because unless this thing triggers like either alarm, I don't really think there's a lot to be watching over here. There's a lot of just sit there and ding dong around the rest of the night. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I need to backtest shit. I need to backtest other shit. Fuck. No time. No motherfucking time. Oh yeah. Okay. Is there anything before that? No. Okay, okay. Well, it looks like it's making a move back. Things have been running. Pretty low volume. I mean, obviously we just started, but relatively low volume so far. Curious to see how that resolves itself. Mm. Anyways, don't need to get too distracted with that. Also, let me try. I can do both, right? Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Damn. Damn. I need to code some shit, so I need to fucking do. Fuck. Fuck. Not in the mood, but... Also, is this... Okay, okay. This is so much nicer. God damn. Okay. I figured out how to configure my stream much better. I don't have to keep my chart open all the time. Okay. Okay. Been eating this. Been needing this. We'll keep this open over here. Boom, 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 boom. How's all this looking? Just let me get an idea of 400. Trying to see how many like what's the open interest like really looking like, you know, where's everybody at? Looks about right. Hmm. Anyways, more about that later. Oh. Boom, 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 boom. Damn, 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 oh damn. What's my account called? Fuck. Goddamn. I have no clue. Oh man. Can't remember what this is. Okay. We're in the fucking Matrix. Hacked into that bitch. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. I need to make a new repo. While we do that, let's check on these charts real quick. Whole lot of nothing still. Whole lot of nothing still. God damn. Okay. Go back to doing this shit. Volume is so low. Goddamn. $55.05. Very curious to see if we flip this level tomorrow, or at least attempt to, or no. Or no. Or no. The Fed meeting is on the 7th of May. Wow. What a range. The options data is so fascinating the day after the Fed rate meeting. Interesting. Curious to see how that changes over time. Can't even speak. Can't even speak. Can't even speak. Still waiting to see the reaction here, right? Potential to enter into short. We'll put an alarm here too, yeah. We start to get into the gap on that bitch. Because they're all kind of drifting towards it slowly. Anyways. To review some of this damn code. Need to change some of this. Goddamn. Goddamn. Is it in here? No. Must be in another account, yeah? Must be. Must be. Whatever, we'll just do it here, right? What do we hear from fucking scratch? Whatever. What is that? What is that? We're probably gonna get stopped on the rest of the long, yeah? Not even the rest, like the long basically. Still a ways to go, 929. It's okay though, that's okay. We'll get some tiny profit out of it. Mm-mm. What do we do? What do we do? We'll see what this 30-minute candle is doing, yeah? Thing is, these gaps. Kind of just want to fucking short it, to be honest. To be honest. Okay. Okay. Put this bitch on the 30-minute for now. Whoops. Damn. What's the hourly candle closes too, yeah? Very curious if this ends up playing out. Fuck, fuck. You get something like that going? Boom, 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 boom. Lots of ways to play this thing. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Okay, okay. Out of curiosity, because we are testing some shit, so we were a bit mindful of that as we move down, if we're gonna move down. Clicked in some stats, doing the math. Shout to the fucking math. Shout to the fucking math. Shout out to the fucking math. I need something to eat too. Get some protein in me. I see. Okay, interesting. Interesting. This is at what? It's not gonna work. Fuck. Need to get some protein. Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I like that. I like that. Okay. Oh no. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Damn. I'm using some keyboard and I don't have what on one of the keys. I'm missing a. What's the hotkey for it? Fuck. It's like a mini keyboard, so I have one of the keys bound to something. Fuck. What was it called? Or like mini keyboard. I also have to like rebind half of these like Visual Studio commands, and it'll be a pain in the ass. Pain in the motherfucking ass. Pain in the motherfucking ass. Very interesting 4-hour close if you close below this level, yeah? Yeah? And we'll leave that be. Get back on the grind over here. Where is the rest of this? fuck even is this? Also. I was so fucking confused. I was like, what the hell? What the hell? What the fuck? I mean, confused as a motherfucker. Confused as a motherfucker. Why is this not, like, I don't... Can I start a new one? Yeah. Start a new one. How do I get out of here? Fuck. How's this doing? Continuing to slowly grind down. I think these are starting to like diverge. Making me a little paranoid. A minute, candle still a ways away. Why is this being so fucking annoying? How do I remove this? God damn. Boom, 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 boom. Can't figure this shit. Oh god damn. God damn, pissing me off. Pissing me off. Okay. Sure. New. Okay. We got it. We got it sorted. Goddamn, finally. I'll waste like 30 minutes. And here we need to do what? Put this over here. Why not? Why not? Oh. Goddamn. Dumb as fuck? We dumb as fuck? That's a problem. What is up with these charts? 5 minutes till 30-minute candle close. We are making our way down or what? Or what? I don't have an alarm here. Ooh. How do you like? Weird. Anyways. Leave that thing there. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Don't I already have this? Don't I already got this shit installed? Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck? Hmm. Anyways. Mm -mm -mm. Check on the 30-minute candle close in a second. How do I sign in? How do I sign in? Okay. What is our name on this thingity thing? Thing. Okay. Okay, okay. Bum, 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 bum. Be mindful of that. Finish eating this real quick. Again? Really? Oh my god, that's so fucking annoying. Why is this all fucked up anyways? Look. What is that? A gap alarm? Get that gap? Motherfucking gap alarm? Isn't there like a better... I'm so fucking stupid. This is a much better way to have it. You can see the volume so much more well defined, right? So right now we have 2 contracts, and during the day there's like hundreds, right? 1,000. When you have it the other way, you can't really... Unless there's a way to put the scale somewhere. Also, why is it... Maybe it can be placed on another... I don't know if there's a way to do it. I don't know if there's a way to do it. Busy chart? Dre Diesel? I can't even read that. I can't even... What even is that? Not necessarily. I mean, is it really right? Is it really? Is it really? It's just a bunch of horizontal lines with like 2 profile indicators. Makes it a lot easier to think in the moment, right? You don't gotta like scroll back to look at stuff. You just know where everything is. At least for me, right? It helps me stay planned. Keep the bigger picture of the game in mind. Each to their own though, right? Each to their own. Personally, I like data, right? I like data, I like math when I'm trading, so kinda need it. Kinda need it. Well, I wish I could have the actual volume number on over here. That would be fucking nice. That would be fucking nice. He's gonna fill the gaps, or no? Or no? Leave it over here for now. Don't need to watch this too much. How's the rest of this looking like anyways? A lot of shorts open in here. Motherfuckers are market smashing this bitch right now. Market smashing that bitch. What are we trying to do? If we do go in the gap, we gotta start being mindful if we start to come back out, but there's no volume right now. There's no volume. So we may want to get back into a long at some point. I'm bearish NQ and ES. Why do you say that? Out of curiosity. Of curiosity. And also, what time frame, right? You bearish long term? Are you talking about next hour or two, etc.? Got no context. Well, the thing about these right now is that, like, people are like looking for any excuse to buy something, right? Anytime there's like any kind of positive shit going on, it's just these huge spikes or gaps. It's hard to say because it changes so much from day to day. I'm sort of more just looking at the math on this bitch. As far as I'm concerned, until we flip this level, it doesn't really matter to me, right? It doesn't really matter to me. Even like on the larger, same thing. Same thing. The thing is, we have a Fed meeting, right? Fed meeting coming up on the 7th. So that's probably going to have quite the impact. You know, monetary policy kind of shapes how the market moves. So yeah, we'll see what's going on with that. What's the probabilities right now? Anyways, out of curiosity. Okay, nice. Nice. Because I just got into shore and it looks like our entry is definitely secured. Well, I mean, we might get stopped out still, break even, but so far it looks like it's moving away a decent amount. So we might have a little juicer in our hands. A little bit of a juicer. Oh yeah, the watch tool. %93 no. It's been changing. It's been drifting lower. Interesting. Just in the gap. Tuesday low for ES, sell side target plus gap. Tuesday low. Tuesday low. Yeah, I was gonna say. Looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Yeah, I mean, in main, ideally that's the next target. Yeah. If you're gonna go lower, that is the next kind of level to take out in mine, right? Let's go in the lower time frame and see what's actually going on down here. Yeah, and there's like a single print there, etc. I'd imagine we probably come a bit lower, yeah. So what's the math looking like on this thing? Yeah, probably, right? Golden pockets right there. Tip of this volume node, maybe even the bottom. What would the oscillators be looking like? I don't know if it even makes it that low, right? Who knows? We'll see. Yeah, definitely level of interest, that's for sure. Well, my question is, are you getting to a short right now to get in here, or are you planning to get in a long here? Or are you doing both? Or are you doing both? Anyways. And the real question is what the options market's gonna be looking like, right? Getting the options data in the morning, seeing where everyone's really fucking putting their money where their mouth is during the day, and watching the order flow. But it's good to be planned, right? Planning is step number one. Step number two is looking at the data when we get to these levels and making a decision. Okay, okay. That's what we like to see. Question is, Very curious if we bounce here. A lot of people open shorts right at the bottom of this move. We're right at the bottom. If we start to reverse at all, at this golden pocket, might be getting their ass got. Got him. Right, this level. But we have to be mindful of that. We'll have to close out some of this short on the way back up, right? If it starts to reverse. Don't round trip this bitch. Because we did a little bit of that with the short earlier, or the long earlier. Fuck. Motherfucker. motherfucker. With all this data looking, god damn, god damn, god damn. Bear's bullying the order flow right now, god damn. Okay. Let me check this shit over here. We're seeing some lower time frame, you know, absorption happen in here. But I don't know if it's gonna be enough. That's the thing. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Number on this. Okay. If we flip this, start to go, then we're big chilling on this short. Big chillin'. Big chillin'. Big chillin'. No signs of spot buying either. Pretty aggressive selling here. Spot market and derivatives. See how that changes over time. To downside target for BTC USD. Probably here first, right? After that we'll see from there. Imagine we'll kind of, I mean, assuming we can make it down there, right? Assuming we can make it down there. $91930 for me, daily high, and the gap. $91930. Yeah, I mean, I'm watching the gap fill as well. I'll have that in mind. I suspect we're gonna go through it if we're coming back in again, but never know. I'm kind of hoping these start to roll over into their gaps as well, right? Because they're not there yet, so it looks like it, but not quite yet. Right now I'm concerned with this level. I want to see if this gets flipped or not more than anything. And then we'll worry about the target down here. How much liquidity is there to grab at this wick? Is there even a lot down here? What is this? 919. Well, we won't worry about that. We won't worry about sweeping the wick or not. Who cares? We'll be more mindful of actual gap itself. Very curious to see how this progresses, though. Like, is there a world where these don't fill the gap and they start to go again? Hard to tell in such low volume. Anyways, we'll just watch, right? We'll just have to, at this point, we're just sitting and watching. We're along for the ride at this point. Let me make sure I have my TP set. Two eights. Okay. KKK. So far bouncing right at our line. I think. Shout to them the imaginary fucking lines. What was that? Oh. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we just got a bunch of candles too, right? I'm curious if you're coming to like backtest this as well, right? Interesting. We'll keep watching this. Because I need to get in a long. I need to get back in a long. I don't think this is the time though. I might have to go to bed without being in a fucking long. God damn. 12? Mm. Twelve. What a curiosity. I don't know where I want to get. I'm trying to think of where I realistically want to get in a long, or where we might realistically bounce from. Hard to say, because there's like quite some large gaps here, yeah, like volume gaps. So we can like melt down pretty fucking quick through some of this stuff. Hmm. Thing is, like, it's either like around now, like either this holds or like we probably go substantially lower, at least a bit. Are there any people? How many people are at the top in longs? Not a tremendous amount either. And from down here, how many are there? What is this? 7. Yeah, like, there's a lot of longs, like, even here that haven't closed, right? They might come get their ass. Like a fucking one day nuke might come get their ass. Interesting. That'd be bearish as fuck though, unlikely. We'll worry about that later, right? One level at a time. So far looking good for our short though, yeah. Slowly plowing through this level. Like a juice? Juice? Juicing on this bitch. Gotta be mindful of pulling back though. Anyways, okay, we know the plan. The plan is set regardless. Back to this other shit. Also, I need to make note of that. This program. Okay. KKK. OKKK. Bouncing right the 7-5. Shout out to the math. Just trying to decide how to split up the remainder of my TPs. Because my main one's going to be here. What is that? Also be mindful of some of these ults for show, because a lot of them are potentially in a range to sweep this stuff. Like they all have like some like weird area here on the higher time frame, so a lot of them might pink, slap, spank that shit and go. Especially if we're gonna gap and go on like all the indexes and on Bitcoin. Potentially, not guaranteed, but potentially. Might be an opportunity to get some juicy trades in. Squeeze a couple of juicers on the side on some of these alts. Just fill our bags up. Goddamn, this shit's sending. Goddamn. Shout out to the math. Goddamn. Shout out to the motherfucking math. Need more water. God damn. Thing I'm watching for here are doing one of these, right? 7-5 to the 5 bank. A bank. I'll have to watch here afterwards if it does. Also the VWAP's coming in too, right? Perfect potential about being bounced. What are the divs looking like? Not particularly interesting. Regardless though, we'll be mindful of that. So shout to our level, shout to our imaginary level. Price just bouncing off that shit. Pixel perfect. Flipping that shit right now, god damn. NQ about to sweep PM session low. Yeah. Bum, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum. I wish I had I mean, the thing is, I don't trade this stuff, so I don't have the order flow for it. So, lacking a bit in that regard. Very curious to see what some of that data would be looking like. I should trade it though, because honestly, it seems like it's so much easier to trade this garbage instead of crypto, because it's just one unified data source, and everyone's using the same data. Whereas in crypto, I'm sitting here monitoring like fucking 5 different exchanges, the different contracts in every exchange, blah blah blah. And then you have to get stats for all of them individually. Like, god damn, it's such a fucking pain in the ass. Pain in the ass. I swear to God, these lines got me to laugh. People say it's not math, guys. People say it's not fucking math. How many times a fucking day do we witness this shit over and over? Fucking got me motherfucking laughing. I swear to God, it got me laughing. Wild crypto? It's just so convenient though, it's just so convenient. And I think there's a lot more data for it too, compared to like if I was trading. And I don't think some of the tools that you can use in crypto exist in the traditional market. Let's look it up. So far, it looks like we flipped it, yeah? It's kind of what we were mainly watching for. So far, so good, but we shall see. Getting a candle close down here would be nice, and continuing to close down here. Boom, boom, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, interesting, interesting. Yeah, some of this data is not available on CME, so it makes it a bit more. Unless there's like something I'm missing here. I guess it doesn't really matter. I suppose it doesn't really matter. Either way, trading's the same shit. It would be nice to have some of that stuff. Oh yeah, I needed to write this thing down. So far looks like they might have got, yeah? They might be getting got here. These shorters might be getting got. Might be fucking up my trade. I have to start closing out some of it. Motherfuckers. Okay. Be very mindful of that. Okay. That'll be how much? These are making me paranoid as well. These are both making me paranoid as well, because like obviously like we're diverging in the lower time frames, but these gaps are like magnets, right? It's hard to gauge. I'm more so curious to know if we do pull back, or how we react up here. More than anything, that's what I'm really curious about. We'll give that time regardless. A lot of these shorters have closed, interestingly enough. Might sweep this and go. Anyways, won't get too concerned, won't get too caught up in the low time frame for now. Yeah, the thing about this level is that there's also like a bunch of like high leverage like liquidations, right? They're all sitting down here, I think, at that zone. So I'm sure others have them in the scope too. Aiming for their ass. time is it? 12:30 almost? God damn. God damn. I gotta go back to figuring this other stuff out. Fuck. Out of curiosity, did it get that level? Yeah, for sure it did. Hmm. Anyways. Still a ways till the next hourly candle. What's gold been up to? I've not been paying attention to gold. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Thing is, I don't know. How much can gold realistically run? It's hard to think about for such an asset. Like, can this thing pull back and do like another leg and then pull back again and do another leg without correcting any of this stuff? Very hard to speculate. Plus, like this volume. Like, I don't know enough about gold to know how to say make a statement like the top is in, the long-term top. So very hard to actually gauge what it will be like, but seems like a lot of symptoms of some peak are definitely brewing. Even if it's just like a local one. Peak, 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 some peak, peak. This one is not. So one failure so far. Peak. Like they're all, every single one is like a peak. Seems quite likely, right? Another one's coming. Minimal percentage is not, like 10% or so. At least from that little sample size. What do I think about NQ today? Not a whole lot. Which obviously, what I'm looking at is this, right? We have these like shitty highs, like just like marginally lower highs left behind, plus the gap, so. Is there a world where we just clean this garbage and then go lower? Possibly. Possibly. Or we just kind of fill the gap and go, possibly. Or we just leave it like this. Who knows? I don't really trade NQ though. Just depends what the order flow is looking like right in the morning. When you get all the options data, etc. Till then, all you can do is just plan for different possible scenarios. Because until the money starts flowing in, it doesn't matter what we think, right? Don't matter what we think. Money talks. Did this one also do the same thing? Not so much. It'll be very interesting to see how the New York session starts tomorrow. Very interesting. I'm fucking hungry, and it's 12:30. That's not good. Where are these people at? Is that the case on every exchange? Okay. There's like a bunch of people here, right? A bunch of people opened aggressive shorts to get into this move, right? When we broke this level. It's because a bunch of people were market smashing that bitch, right? And a lot of them are right here. So, as long as this holds, they'll be chilling. But if not, all those are underwater. So we'll see if we can do that again or not. Or not. Or no. I think there's a bunch of people starting to market smash buys. Starting to trend higher. It's making me a little paranoid. A little paranoid. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Especially with these motherfuckers bouncing. Anyways, we'll give it time. We'll give it time. Have to be mindful about shaving some of the short if we start to reverse. I don't want to round trip this bitch. Haven't hit our first TP yet. I'm gonna get something to snack on before it's too late, right? Before something happens in the game. I'm not here to do shit. Fuck, fuck. Fuck. Nice. So far they held the line. Also pretty bearish if we leave this thing up right behind, right? So far so good. Holding the golden pocket down, gang, holding that shit down. See if they can keep it up. These two motherfuckers. Goddamn. So we're more mindful of some of these alts too, yeah? Hmm. Okay. Definitely some options, right? Some of those are close to sweeping their lows, some are like not, so... Two ways to play it, depending on what Biddy wants to do. Which is this. Thing is, until any of these like kind of flip the VWAP, not particularly convinced just yet. That's the main thing right now. So don't have to be too mindful, right? You still got a way to go to come contest that level, especially over here. Dun, dun, dun. I want to put some music on. I want to fucking vibe out. Oh damn. My bad. Oh yeah. Question is, do we open a long here potentially? That's the real question. As well, right? Because if we are gonna reverse mirror, so like this is a spot to probably get in. It's either that or we wait to like flip this again. And definitely not gonna be awake for that unless that happens like fucking some random ridiculous spike in volume. I'm never gonna be seeing that anytime soon. Oh shit, my bad. I was eating grapes. Had my shit muted. Not necessarily Asia specifically, just more so just trading, right? Trading runs 24/7. Particularly not a lot of volume at night, so Asia is not the most interesting of sessions. But I am doing other shit, right? While just kind of babysitting trades that I'm in, or potentially entering new ones. In this case, I got into a short earlier. NQ going for sell side to the end. What is an end dog? The fuck is an end dog? From today. New day, opening gap. Daily volume imbalance. With the gap? You're talking about the gap? Interesting. Never heard anyone call it an end dog before, but interesting. I just call it a fucking gap. There's like bullish gaps, bearish gaps. Like if that's one candle and that's the other, like you're either getting outside, overlap, or like inside, right? So that's the way I look at the gaps. You trade futures. It's from ICT. No, I'm leverage trading like perpetual futures on crypto, Bitcoin. In terms of ICT, I'm not particularly I'm never really watched any of his stuff, so I'm not like familiar. So if you use like terminology from that, I'm not gonna like I'm not gonna know what you're talking about. But I imagine like conceptually it's probably quite similar to like you know, trading concepts. In general, they all kind of are fundamentally similar in some sense. Personally, I like to use, you know, math and stats, right? We're fucking doing math over here. So, a little bit more than just looking at structure and whatnot. Actually checking out the data live, right? See how things are trending and diverging, etc. How people are positioned, blah blah blah. All kinds of nerdy shit. Making our own indicators, keeping stats on them. Algo trading, all kinds of nerdy shit. Boy. It's 30-minute candle coming soon. Hourly candle 2. Pretty strong hourly candle, yeah, so far. Just go look at this over here. We'll leave this as is. Do I trade funded accounts? No, I do not. No, I do not. I didn't even know about them when I started, so start trading my own money right away. For better or for worse. Imagine for the better though, right? Take away more serious. I wasn't trying to lose a single fucking dollar. And then now there's no point, right? Why the fuck would I go trade on a prop firm where like they take? I was looking at this the other day. They take 10% of your earnings. On top of having to pay, I have to pay them to do their test, and then they take 10% of my earnings. What? What? And then they don't even give you that much size. Like, it's not they give you like $50 million in funds. You have like 5-6 million at most. So it's like, well, why the fuck would someone do that? Okay, yeah, if you have no money to trade, then yeah, sure, do it. But if you do, like, there's like, it's a waste. And 10% is a lot, by the way. 10% is quite a large cut. When you account for tax and whatnot, it's not a joke. So, if you're someone that has like a profitable trading strategy, and you like figured that out before like accumulating any amount of money, then yeah, prop firm is like fuck it, right? It's your best bet. But other than that, there's no real purpose for it. I guess the downside is taxes are considered, though. Well, I think the taxes depend on where you live, but so I'm not sure how like that differentiates from one place to another. How much do I trade with? Enough to not need a fucking prop firm. Tell you that much. Tell you that much. You have to be mindful about closing some of the short if we do start to reverse here. We can just add back later if it doesn't keep going lower. So let's be mindful of this now. Okay. I'll take some. Fuck. How long have I been trading? Like a year of leverage, a year straight of leverage trading. As soon as I got access to this shit, later, quit my job, later, later. Cause I wasn't doing it before. I didn't have like I was learning out on trading before that for like 5-6 months, but like the spot market and whatnot. But in spot you can't short, right? Like, or I mean you can if you have like it's a hassle. It's a hassle to short traditional markets, whereas like perpetual futures and crypto, it's so much easier. And you can leverage up, right? But the thing is, it wasn't legal in most places. Like most of the websites, like you couldn't do in Canada. And then at that time, like they had like BitGet and Kraken get legalized. So once I access to that, I was like, bet, bet. Because this shit is broken. Leverage trading is fucking broken. It's like if this is a game about like scaling your money, right? It's just like a ball of money that like grows like exponentially. So like leverage trading is just a way to like immediately amplify this ball by some like multiple, like whatever number you want, right? So that's fucking busted, right? If this is a fucking video game, that's busted. It's a fucking cheat code. So like yeah, hardcore trading like a year straight, but the conceptual thought of it, I was nerding out. It was in this window. I started learning about like investing and like finance like in this window. And then I had to get a hernia surgery here, like a hernia repair, and that's when I had like a month straight in bed, and I started learning about like trading. And then here's when I quit my job. I've been doing that ever since. Ever since, boy. Juicing. Juicing in this bitch. Eight 8.5. You can leverage trade futures and Q. Yeah. Well, I was talking about this earlier though. It's not like there's a lot more data that you can use than what you're provided with like when you're on CME. Like there's only so much data that you can derive from CME. Unless I'm mistaken on that. Because like they don't give out like certain kinds of like positioning information and whatnot. Whereas in crypto you kind of have that stuff. So like that's one reason why not to do it, right? Probably the main one, but I haven't considered it though, because on the other hand, you know, like that's okay. On one side, that's a pro towards crypto. On the other side, trading that stuff must be so nice, right? Because it's one data feed. Everyone has the same unified data feed. You don't have to monitor like 4 different exchanges, spot versus derivatives, blah blah blah, right? And shit is a pain in the ass in crypto, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Gives you like huge edge. Okay. Gone along here as well, by the way, so I'm going to put my stop loss break even, so worst case, we can't lose in this bitch either. And close some with a short. So we're juicing both ways right now, boy. Both fucking ways. You'll let that thing do its thing now. Bink. Oh, I use smart money concepts. That's the what the ICT guy, right? Or is that like not Is that something that he's just incorporates into his thing as well? Is like ICT and smart money concepts two things, or are they people usually? I don't know. I need to watch his stuff. I need to watch it out of curiosity, because I'm curious what he talks about. Because everyone talks about that shit so much. No, it never felt like I needed it though, at least for the way I trade. So like I like learn different ways. Like reading books and whatnot. I don't use indicators. Yeah, I mean time, price, and volume is like kind of the big three, right? I mean that's the main three that everyone uses: time, price, volume. Like that's why I always have these on my chart. So I always have the TPO and the volume profile. Because like these give you like statistical visualizations of both, right? Aim for 6 to 8 a month. He's good, bro. Top payouts in the industry have been from 2 ICT students. Yeah, I think what's it called? Sometimes what's that guy's name? Because like this payout that you're mentioning was like trending on like my Twitter feed. Like I didn't follow these people, but they showed up because that was trending. I think it was Jade, right? Jade. It's like some Asian guy. Is one of those 2 people correct? They both the people that won it both follow that guy's concepts. Makes sense, right? I mean, the thing people don't pay attention to is it's not about like following his concept rules or whatever, right? Just more so following a system, right? Creating a system you can trade around. What that system is does not matter. As long as it allows you to have a decision tree in every situation, then trade whatever you fucking want, right? Him and Trader Kane. I thought it was some like a. I've seen that Kane person in an interview before. I thought he was kind of stupid, to be honest. Probably shouldn't say that, it's very disrespectful, but some of the stuff he was saying seemed ridiculous to me. But anyways, I thought it was some Indian person that won, like the other million and whatever odd amount. Wasn't this Trader Kane guy the guy that was talking about no stop losses in his interview? Because if it is, yeah, like I found that so comical. Like stop losses is such like a broken tool. Like I don't. Mind blown, but anyways. The stop loss is so broken. Like the amount of times that like okay, let's say I'm in a trade, right? Let's say I'm like the trade's going, and I'm like it pulls back and I'm like getting in a long, and it starts to go, and then like my stop loss is break even, and then we start to roll back. Like that, I can just get back in the trade, right? If the data still suggests that this trade will continue, I can just get back in. And you can only do that because you can like market smashing out the market with stops, basically. The only limiting factor to abusing the strategy is having like huge account size. So until you get to that point, you should always be doing that, in my opinion. But everyone trades their own way, whatever. Smart money concepts is essentially taking money from retail trading. I don't know if it's as simple as that. Like retail trading volume accounts for like what, 20%, if that, and that's probably being generous. I have to see some statistics to get a better idea of that, but I just think more so like there's like a 2-team game, like Bears, Bulls, attackers, defenders, like, call it whatever you want, right? But like you're just fighting over territory on a map. It's basically what's going on here. And depending on how the money's flowing at that time, it tells you what team is winning. So as long as you can interpret when that's happening based on the data, like that's it, right? That's like how you trade around. Monitor levels of interest and see if the money flow is changing. How do you handle with revenge trade or over leverage? By not doing them? How does anyone else deal with it? Don't do it in the first place. It's not helping you. And if you're doing it with real money, like think about it. Every time you lose actual like money, you have to gain that back just to be break even. So if you're just pissing it away for no reason on dumb shit like that, you're just making it that much harder on yourself. It's wasting your own time, right? It's like triggering orders, stop losses, manipulating traders into longs. I mean, yeah, but that's like Mm. Like okay, that can only be done to so much to an extent, right? Like you can't just okay, like you have to realize how much money is like going into this game, right? Like it's not like there's no one entity that just says fuck this bitch, I'm printing the chart. That does not work like that. Like right? It's not. And if you were such a that big of an entity that you could do that, then everyone else would fucking prey on you, right? Because they would notice your behavior in the market. So like yes, that occurs, but like that's occurring because that's the flow of the money wants to happen at that point, right? So as long as you're monitoring how the money is flowing, like obviously there's areas on both sides that are of interest because like think about what the liquidations are. Liquidation areas are where the higher time frame entities are just doing their trading, getting their orders filled. Because you can't trade on like the 1 minute chart if you have like $500 million. It doesn't work. Your slippage will like literally moves the chart, so it becomes inefficient. So they have to use these higher time frame like liquidation areas because like that's how they're getting filled without moving the market. And that only applies more and more and more as you go up to the higher time frames. I mean, like the thing. Here's the thing. Like that's like like that's how everyone trades, right? These red boxes, these are liquidation zones. These are where people have a bunch of stop losses. There's like high dense liquidity. So like whether you're trading like this guy's shit or like anyone else's, like everyone has this in mind. It's part of how the game works, right? Yeah, I definitely want to watch some of his stuff, but there's so many videos. Isn't it like fucking like hundreds of hours of content to watch? Just don't have that much time. Else I'd definitely do it just out of pure curiosity, right? Mm. And he still makes videos. He's still active. Interesting. I thought these things were all like old. Oh, I deleted the fib with a 50% level. Fuck. I still makes a lot of recent videos. Is there a playlist? Oh, there is. Nice. And each of these are 2 hours long. Oh my god. That's just one of the playlists. One, two, three, four, five. This could be like 1,000+ hours. What the fuck? watch ICT 2022 mentorship, quick and easy model. Watch first 5-7 videos. You said which one? 2022. Yeah, sure. I'll put it on this like to watch playlist or whatever. I don't know when I'll get around to it, but sometime when I'm chilling, I'll like kind of throw it on out of curiosity. I can't imagine it's anything particularly like mind blowing, right? At the end of the day, more than anything, everything is just kind of like risk management first and foremost. That's why I'm not. That's why I'm like in no rush to like watch it, right? Like I'm already trading anyways. I don't. I'll predict it's on necessity, right? It's more lower time frame scalping using high time frame bias. Oh, of course, that's that's what everyone's doing. That's what everyone's doing. Like the only time you're trading in some like isolated time frame is probably when you're doing some kind of like extremely systematic slash algo trading type of thing, right? We're just saying like if this integer value for this indicator is this, and this is this, and this is this, like enter trade kind of thing. In that case, you don't give a fuck about time frame. You're just straight up abusing stats. In general, I think most discretionary traders are doing what you're describing. And nice talking to you too, man. Nice yapping about trading. Very curious to watch some of that stuff. Maybe I'll even watch one tonight. Cause I do want to get off relatively soon, so probably after this 30-minute candle. I subbed to you, started YouTube last week. Let's see how far we can get. Yeah, I mean, I don't really, I stream randomly, right? I start streaming randomly, right? Just to yap a bit. More than anything. But, don't stream all the time. But yeah, how do I open your thing? How do I open your... Okay, I see you. I hit you with the sub. What does this say? Oh, you have trading videos too. Okay, interesting. Yeah, shout out to you, right? Shout out to you. Doing your thing. Yeah, if I see you on sometime, I'll come yap a bit. Although usually I don't hang out watching stuff on YouTube, so I'm not sure how likely that'll be. If I do, yeah, I'll come by and say what's up, right? See how you trade. See if you're juicing, right? Are you juicing? Or not? Because if not, we'll sort it out. Let's see if these things actually hold this now or not. The rest of our short should be juicing in that point. If it doesn't. Don't think I'm gonna be around to see it though. Fuck. Fuck. Tired as fuck. Oh damn, I got so distracted yapping. Forgot I was doing all this other shit. What is this? What's Goldman doing? Curiosity? If that does end up being the high, pretty aggressive. Pretty aggressive bounce to the downside. Interesting. Hmm. I'm gonna switch this up for a bit. A little bit more energy, to be honest. Falling asleep? Where did I put that thing? Interesting. Interesting. That is an interesting data point right there. Definitely fucking with that one. It would be so fucking nice if we just lost this and started rolling over. I think I could go to go to sleep, chill. I don't have to think about this at all. I don't gotta think about this shit at all. Either point, whatever. Either way, whatever. Got our orders set. We're chilling. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah. Fuck. I actually would have been now, honestly. I might just say fuck it, right? Unemployment at 8:30 a.m. By the time I fall asleep would be like 2. Get up at 8, 7:30ish. I think it's the best idea, right? Cause probably not much probably gonna happen here anyways. Yeah, I think it's the best decision to be honest, because I'm falling asleep right now. And I mean, as far as the long, we got stop loss break even, so no long to worry about. And the short is going. Already shaved some. Shaved some. Stop loss has moved up. TP's set. We'll worry about the long tomorrow. Worry about getting back into a long tomorrow. So yeah, fuck this shit. Calling it a night, right? The game will keep going. I'm out of here.